Is this working? Oh, my goodness. Hi, VOD watchers. First, those who are here before anything else. And then, let's check this out. Yeah. We're working on this because maybe we'll get it, like, all put together by the time I get to the 5th anniversary. And I want, like, maybe by the time we get to the end of 5 years, right? I have a couple of pieces of music that worked really hard, and after all this time. And then we're like rediscovering. But some things don't change as much as they look like they would. No sharps here. That's actually still sharp, that's why. The real practice from experience. Okay, so that's sharp. It's kind of crazy that it's still sharp, but nothing refuted the sharp up until this point, so it must be there. This one's a hard spot to draw sharp into. Alright. Natural. working on all the hard parts until the request comes in, so... Something like that. All right. So, let's not forget to pin that. Hello, Peepop Perfect. Nice to see you. Let me do the tango part first. Somewhere in there. I love that chord progression. Like, there's more cool chords that happen in there. But even those first three chords. So what is that? A major, A minor, E major. Oh, no wonder I like it so much. Let's move that, and beep, 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 beep. That was Reverie by Billy Joel. Request stacking indeed. That's a very clean version of that. Sometimes I play it not clean on purpose, like the muddiness of madness sort of thing is what I'm going for in there. But I feel like that was a really clean version, and maybe I just needed that for stability. Thank you for the claps. Thank you for the bit explosion. Much appreciated. That was fast because it didn't even like show me when it started. It just kind of like blew up and suddenly it said, wait, no, it said combo started. And then it says level 4, level 5. really fast. Thank you, Peepaw. Thank you for the heart explosion bits. That was really funny. 250 bits at once. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, this is on playback mode. Vision's a little funny today. Thank you. This is a new top, and it's now one of my favorites. Thank you for all the bits. That was so many bits. You don't have to, you know. Much appreciated, though. I'm gonna take a quick break because my flesh is, like, trying to separate itself from my muscle, due to how dry it is. So, we'll be back. Thank you! I thought so too. I saw this shirt in my closet and I was like, that was my aesthetic. That's me. It's me in a shirt. It's the right one. I'll be right back. I was just gonna try to keep the majority of the lotion noise outside of the stream. But basically it is in fact so cold that I feel like I'm beating the piano with my muscles rather than with my skin. It's cold. It's cold. It's autism. Throws leaves into the air. Yeah, our 2 weeks of autism are over, and now we have winterms. Boy, it's cold. It's cold. But hopefully this should make it a little bit easier for me to play in terms of, like... Hopefully I'll feel a little bit less like I'm beating the keys with my muscles. No. The cliff hidden in deep green. Oh, let's get margins out of this score. Very nice, very nice. Practice mode. This is a very new track. I believe I've had one run of it so far. 5 sharps. something now before I forget. Right hand will steal some of this material. And then let's try that section just a bit slower, because I like it so much. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. I actually guessed right. Crazy. Crazy. That's a... No, wait, that can't possibly be a B. Also built. Happy then depressing. I'm sorry to hear that. can kind of see more of the shape of this piece of music getting carved out of the marble, which is pretty exciting. Yeah. Lovely track. Thanks for bringing it to me. I appreciate you pulling in some of these really nice hidden gems. A 1,000 miles. Let's change things up, yeah? To like figure out other ways to play this, like 1,000 Miles has finally memed its way into the song list. It's only taken forever. Thank you for the claps. I gotta catch up on that text in a moment. But yes, it took nearly 5 years of streaming to get 1,000 years onto the song list, which cracks me up. And I believe in all this time also, the only time that and it was rejected, but the only time that Never Gonna Give You Up was actually deliberately requested was only once. It's only been deliberately requested once. Talk to the pianist. I mean, I thought you got a teacher. Is the confusion that I have here. So you'll have to kind of explain the situation later because I thought you mentioned that you already got a teacher. Thank you for the claps. 1,000 Miles is in progress. We're like 300 miles into that. Or so. Some more Toho project. Oh, I can refine this a little bit more, actually. Let's do that. That's more like it. Okay. counting notes during the bridge of the song. I don't really play Bullet Hell, so I'm not really familiar with it. Yeah, I'm getting every note. Do 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 do. Played this song. It's from dozens of times, understandable. Night Sakura. After which I would like to, I'll throw in some live learns for some more Genshin Impact. I got a new batch of music that I am far too hype to play. I'm like way too excited to play. So. Not quite all awake. The stage, right? Possible solution for this section because something has just occurred to me. So we're gonna try actually putting up here a D flat, a B flat. Make that look a little bit more like a B flat. Okay, that's better. C minor. About what you said. Hi, Emmett, over on YouTube's side. If you aren't following Emmett on YouTube, you should totally do that. Emmett, I think that if you post the link to your YouTube in the chat, I'll copy it over to the Twitch. Anyway, also builds. Yeah, all I said was, I thought you already had a teacher. That was most of my confusion. Peepaw Perfect says hi, Emmett. Over to YouTube's side. Also, Emmett, I think you could still use Streamer Songlist without having to go through YouTube. Without having to go through Twitch, because you have your Twitch. So, and then still watch on YouTube. I think also builds, if you focus on lost chances and lost opportunities, and if you spend your energy like wallowing in missing out on things, you're going to be depressed your whole life. Take what you get. You'll want to focus on like working towards the conservatory stuff. Chipotle Sensei, hello. Issues with YouTube. Having issues with YouTube on your app, they did handle the security situation. Yeah, I saw that whole thing about TwitchCon. Glad I never bothered going. Basically there was like a really horrible thing that happened at TwitchCon. That just kind of adds to like the ridiculousness of things, of TwitchCon being still a thing, but so Emmett stepped out. But since they handled the situation sort of, I don't know, as of like 2 days ago, it doesn't look like they actually handled the situation. You know? I think TwitchCon should just end. I don't think it should still be a thing. Not after the ball pit. But, yeah. Emmett said that he'll go back and forth. Chipotle Sensei, I hope you're well. They did not. They actually covered it up. Oh, yeah. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so I'm not going to put this into the app just yet, and I'm not going to put it into the song list yet until I get, like, names on this. Not going into details. Yeah, I could probably catch up the details. Like, you know what? Flats probably even covered it, which is pretty funny. Engine impact. We're previewing some stuff that is not on the song list yet. And they're gonna be a delight. So cute. That's so absurdly cute. The keyboard grinder. Hello, welcome to the live Action Pianist Simulator. Nice to see you. Thank you for letting me raid over and let me kind of like drop myself off there. You have some grooves. Okay, that was a live learn. That was one of the first tracks from Nod Cry I'm picking up. I just don't have like the names of them yet, so we're not going to add them to the song list until I get some names. I'm having a friend with better ears than myself to figure that out. Hi. No, it's fine. I can't hear you anyway. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get another live learn LL Genshin Impact Nod Cry. What family means? Yeah, okay. This one's gonna be cute. I don't know what it sounds like yet, but file broke. Oh, that's so sad. We got the first 2 pages of that. Tried to give a request priority to streamer. Songlist token is missing. Huma, thank you for gifting us gift sub to the keyboard grinder. Very kind. Grinding keyboard. SA2B rail grind noise, but with discordant piano. Oh, man. Oh, maybe it's because you don't have a request in the song queue? Anyway, Huma, thank you for gifting that sub. Emmett, thank you for the request. Let's jump. I'm out of pages for that piece of music, so unfortunately we won't be hearing any more of it because I don't know it. Well, I can hear it playing in my head, except I can't. Let's play some Shadowboxer. We're gonna by Fiona Apple and cut the vibe. On Cameo Studio, the chat is the size of small ants. Oh no. Oh no. Are those ants on my screen? Is that like what you're using instead of OBS? Because I'm just using OBS, and I mean like base OBS. What would it take for you to add a new emote? Well, I'd have to like it. That's kind of it. If you have a suggestion, DM me. Oh, iPad. Understandable. JM Piano, hello, welcome to the live Action Pianist Simulator. Thank you, Huma, again for gifting subs. Wait, I thought it gifted the sub. Hold on, Huma. Where'd that first gift sub even go? Did you give Huma 2 gift subs somehow? It's very much like OBS. Chipotle Sensei says, a pizza. Chipotle has not given any context to this statement, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the idea of a pizza. I'm kind of thinking of the last 2 pizzas I had. One was like a bacon and brie pizza at a local pizzeria when I was in London. Awesome. And after that, at the office, I got a cheesesteak taco pizza. Yeah! That was a pizza. That was a pizza indeed. Lucy has requested Interstellar. Lucy, do you want me to go slow motion on this one? I'm kind of actually, like, totally amenable to that. If it helps. Let me know. Emmett contemplating getting an iPad Pro, use an external monitor. Thunderbolt 4 has a dongle to use all the equipment. Saving up for it. Understandable. Yeah, okay. We're gonna call this review mode. I know how to play it fast, but we're gonna play it slow. Do you want to just cut to the fast section? Okay. Also watch my posture of both finger shape and where my wrists are in relation to the keys. This will help. And then we'll cut to the next section. So when I was doing this and when I was mentioning that, you kind of like... And this was actually I recognized the problem because I used to have that. And it just kind of like... I can't actually even undo it right now. So like, the weight should go on the first part of these 3 notes. And it will kind of sort out the sound here. Notice that the timing is, when I was talking about like it doesn't match with the timing you expect, because we want the right hand to kind of go at the same time as the left hand thumb. Like that feels like a really neat place for it to go, but it's actually not where it's written. Hence the timing thing you might have been feeling, like something was feeling slightly off. That note goes by so fast at full speed. So you can see where that goes. All followers can clip, so make as many clips as you need of that. This next section is on the exact same time. Left hand will strike the top note, then your right hand follows the note. that's what you'll probably have to spend a lot of time drilling through. The good news is that once you get it down on one pattern, you should be able to transfer it to the next notes. As far as when those go, like, you just do some math. Left hand has 12 notes, right hand has 3 notes, 4 notes each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't watch this part of the recording if you had it. Sorry, didn't get to that. I was kind of on the verge of passing out, not gonna lie. I don't think anyone cares if you play the right notes there. So that part is like... And if you want to, I'm going to give you a free pass. Well, I mean, like, you're not paying me anyway. I'm going to give you a free pass on, like, this section. Who wrote this? Was it Hans Zimmer? Yeah, it was Hans Zimmer. So, like, Hans Zimmer's not going to come to your house and complain if you cut out that section. So you could just cut out measures 91 to 99, and if you just play a straight shot from 90 to 100... Is that the note? Nobody cares. You will break your hands. Maybe if you had a Russian piano teacher. Speaking from experience. Can't play 100 past. Makes me want to die a bit. I find that measure 100 past is a little bit easier, but that's because it's so easy to be less exact about it. I don't think my hands are playing at the same time, so it makes it sound faster. I think I'm literally cutting out 2 notes of left hand and spreading out the rest, which is kind of like absolutely cheating. I don't fear Hans Zimmer. I'll fight him. I have a black belt. There are other songs. Okay. So measure 100 plus is like getting to you. You're gonna have your fingers on this set of 4 notes. The only important part of this sound in this area is that your left hand kind of like covers those notes. It doesn't have to play all those notes. It just needs to kind of cover it. Your right hand, get those first 5 notes. And anything else that happens in there is optional. As far as like how to actually make that motion, how to play piano, channel points 123, I think, or something like that. You probably need to do this for like a little while. It makes it easier to make that jump, but your hand has to be above the keys at all times to make that happen. Just draw the rest of the owl. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give you up. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Apologies. No. Okay, there we go. So hopefully that gave you some insight on how to play that, but clip as much of that as you like. You can also go to the VOD and clip it. All right, I'll do it. Emmett beat you to it. I'm not playing this. No, don't take an inferior. I am on. How old am I? 26 years of playing. Let's be very fair here. I'm on 26 years of playing, and I also had to restart halfway. But still. You can do it. And I'm pretty sure you have bigger hands than me. From what I saw in the video, you definitely have bigger hands than me. You will still benefit from being above the keys, so when I recommended that you kind of get the keyboard lower, it'll be your critical point for hitting anything past measure 100. But, you know, you make do. If the chair has to be very high to make that happen, if your chair can go higher, that'll work just as well. Yeah. The best song ever got listed once with 2 requests. That will be fine. And Emmett's been playing Versus for 18 years. Lion might. How many constellations of Nefer did you already pull? I'll be right back while you answer that question. Got a saw to cut down the legs of the table. Yeah, yeah. That'll worth. I promise. Or your own hands. Do not. C6 R5 never. Hot dang. I hope she's fun. No, I know she's fun. She is so fun. She's got a really cool, like, voice effect. Anyway, you can thank both Emmett and Peepop Perfect for this one. I haven't been rickrolled in 5 years and you just broke it. I blame Emmett first and Peepop Perfect second.
You play that one so well and it's so funny because that probably means you played it a lot.
Oh yeah, it costs 5,555 channel points to request quote-unquote the best song ever, and the reason why one may argue that is specifically only because if we measure music by the emotions it evokes, would you not argue that perhaps the most evocative song of all is Never Gonna Give You Up? I would have to, like, get a very long break for finding a cat first, which is why I may not want to do that right now. Channel points. Manage. Wait. Where can I get to managing the channel redeems? Oh, yeah, I may not be able to refund that one. Oops. I have found out that there is one other streamer on Twitch that is capable of a acoustic rickroll, and I love it. I can't remember who they were, so I guess it's gonna be a surprise to all of us when we find out. Okay. Lucy, pedal in Interstellar, I pedal, like, if the left hand's fast, I pedal when the right hand is playing, and if the right hand's fast, I pedal when the left hand is playing. Basically, you just pedal whenever you hear that melody. Bum, 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 or however the tune goes. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of damage. Let's play Fresh Breeze. So dawn. No problem. Hoodie carrying pouch for cats. Unfortunately, my cats are far too large to fit in that. And I think they would protest to the bounding. I love the Sumeru OST. It's very hard to pick between that, Fontaine, and Nod Cry, to be honest. Like, Sumeru was so good. Oh, Mike, thank you for gifting us up to Lion Might. Thank you so much. Let's play some Nod Cry. Yep, this is the one. Lion Might, you're gonna love this. Who knew the noises outside me could manifest? C6 R5 Nefer beats C6 R5 Flins by 3 seconds. Holy crap. Tea kettle. Someone just said tea kettle. We're going to attempt Highway 1009. So we can see this better. I love playing that one. Izzy drift racing. Yeah. That practice mode. Alright, practice mode. Yippee. Lion Might, I do not yet have swinging motion of the hulls, or maybe I do, and I don't have the title to it yet. Basically, I bought a haul of new Nod Cry music, and I don't know. Lennon Piano, hi, thank you for the raid. I don't know the titles of these tracks yet, and I cannot. It would take me a really painfully long time to identify which tracks are what names. Thank you. Welcome to the Live Action Pianist Simulator. Glad you enjoyed that. Ricky Charms, hello. Welcome. So I'll put some more of my Nod Cry live learns onto the song list, but I don't know what their names are. So I can't I'll put them onto the queue, but I can't name them yet. And I'm going to ask. I have a friend who has better ears than I to name the songs, and once I can name the songs, then I can put them on the song list and I can put them in my app. Because I kind of don't want to do this thing where I did with Inazuma, where I kind of put the songs onto the song list before we had the soundtrack come out with the names of the songs, and then I had to go back and rename them. So since the soundtrack's already out, we'll find out the names soon. And then once we can find out some names, I can start ranking them. Just in terms of like skill, and also determine what you can play next. But I need the names first. So we'll see soon. This is Lennon Piano. Let me know what I can play for you. I've got a hold on. I can play anything you want for you. I'm gonna play while you're picking out something, Dark Aria. Did a react to the album, 70% with the names and music. So I'll prioritize Lempo Isle and Nasha Town stuff. We'll do a couple of live learns soon if you're hanging out. And then I'll be able to, if you can give me some of those names, that would be awesome. This is Dark Aria from Solo Leveling. I don't recall this song at all. Let's find out what it sounds like. This has 6 flats in it. Thank you for the shout out to Lennon Piano, and thank you again for the raid. Let's play Still Alive. Thank you, Lucy, for that request. It was nice to have it back.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can. Subsequent ones who are dead. But there's no science running over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. When the science gets done and you can move on for the people who are still alive. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I felt so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of data, we're racing on time. So burn, think of all the things we left for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, fat chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me. Look at me, still talking when there's science to do. When I look out there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run, there's research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. While you're dying, I'll be still alive. When you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
Gibson Len sneaking in there with the raid. Nice to see you. Thank you for the request, London Piano. That was, hold on. Nice. Okay. Thank you for the claps again. Oh, heck yeah. I think we're just about there with Meridian. I think we're about to click over into familiar status. That was Meridian Chiasm Incipit from Gris. Thank you for the request. Thank you for the music, by the way, for getting me the music, Huma. That, congratulations, is finally upgraded to familiar status. Thank you for the compliment, Pop's Propaganda. One of my favorite responses to nobody knows what propaganda is anymore was, isn't propaganda when a British takes a good look at something? Anyway, welcome to the live Action Pianist Simulator. Meridian Chiasm Chippet. This is in progress to familiar, all recorded in the Upgrade Records channel on the Discord. Yeah, Zune really does. I think like Zune is like more arpeggios and scales, but yeah, for sure. Like patterns galore. Patterns galore for sure. Capitano's theme. Or at least one of. There will probably be several. I look forward to hearing more. Got this name from a friend on AIM. Don't tell me AIM was 30 years ago. No, I was alive when AIM was around. I mean, I'm 30, but still. For anyone who's new, there's a bunch of new people here. Everything on the song list is free. So go ahead and check that out. It's pinned. Everything on the song list is free. If you want something that's off the song list, that's less free. But there's 1,000 pieces of music on the song list, so you'll probably find something you like. Probably. You used to use AIM at work. That's insane. Oh my gosh, did the word AIM actually trigger the AI chat? Or is that... Yeah. Anyway. Sing you something sober. AIM is still in its 20s. Quote marks around it? Gotcha. Yeah, probably quote marks and spaces. Everything I sing here is sober because I'm slightly allergic to alcohol. Yeah. Thank you for the claps. That one's really fun to play. It's very tricky, but it is fun. The minute waltz. But I do sing a lot of stuff. If you want to do some singing stuff, there is a microphone icon on the song list. Some things I sing better than others, but it's never the stuff you expect. For example, I think I do a pretty mean Hotel California. Moonlight Sonata? Well, that won't be singing, but I can certainly play it. So, unless you don't want to hear Moonlight Sonata. Although I mentioned Hotel California, and that's actually quite hilarious because, like, in hindsight, I was thinking about the lyrics, and I'm like, that's not really all that sober at all, is it? Lennon Piano, thank you for the claps. Peapod Perfect, thank you for the request. And the claps. I play a lot of classical, but I play a lot of not classical. Guess I do sing some Elton John. We do some Beatles. We do some more recent pop. No, absolutely not. That's very drunk. Yeah. Hotel California is quite literally probably the least sober piece of singing music that I have on the song list, but if you want to filter down the song list for stuff I do sing, there is a microphone. There's a microphone filter. And that'll be voice box time. Voice box time. Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool, to know someone who plays by ear. I do the opposite of that. I'm nearly tone deaf. I can't play anything by ear. Have you used both of your live learns? I would have to check the song list history, I think. So there. But I guess you could look in the song list history and just filter by like this month, and I think it gives you like how long ago the request was, so you can kind of approximate. Oh, was that within October? Okay, 6 sharps. The board next to the sheet music. I think it's just a Logitech Bluetooth keyboard that I use to type something every once in a while. Lennon piano. Now let me know if you ever start to learn it and I can give advice. I'm glad you enjoy it. Or you can clip out the way that I play and kind of steal some of that because you'll be able to like look on the overhead camera too. Tried to learn piano too, didn't work. Brother was good at piano. But yeah, it just helps me to quickly find the music that I have in the tablet. So. But I'm all acoustic here. I'm very plain and simple, even when I do keyboard streams, which I haven't done in a couple years, to be honest. I've gotten lazy. The keyboard streams, even those aren't fancy. I just have the light up keys, but I don't have any, like, I do not have the attention span to deal with sound effects and stuff. And that is fun and not as complicated as I thought. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Lennon Piano, again, for that request. Just curious. I assume Lion might have to jump. Okay, so we may not be doing the rest of those life learns right now, but soon. TM. Claire de Lune. I gotta remember to click the right Claire de Lune. That's what I get for having like 4. See ya, Huma. Take care. And then thank you for the claps. Thank you very much. Thanks for the claps.
I noticed you still play with your finger pads, though.
Because I have bad technique! And I have small hands, so I'm just making do. I'm playing with my finger pads because I learned it wrong. Moonlit night. That's not it. Thank you for the claps. Thank you for the snaps. Blanca, hello. Welcome to the live action pianist simulator. That sure is a face. Peepaw perfect. Hey, Emmett, thank you for gifting a sub. Papa's propaganda. Hands pretty small. Glad you're enjoying the music. The movements. Basically, there are 3 movements of the Moonlight Sonata. The first one's the famous one. It's slow. The second one is like virtually unknown. It's moderate, and it's kind of like really lighthearted in comparison to both the first and the third movements. And the third movement is a thunderstorm of music. It is incredibly aggressive, and I would probably need a little bit more of a warm-up to play it. Would you like the second practically unknown movement? Let's go. Blocko, welcome to the live action pianist simulator. For all of those who are new, hanging out, lurking, not sure what to do, the song list is pinned in the chat. Everything that is on the list is free to request. Everything that is not on the list, well, is less free. But it can be done as long as it's been written down. Do I plan on bringing the thunder? Should you request it, I will. What do you mean there's a hype train? What do you mean? Do we want to play the third movement? Or the second movement? I suppose we shall bring the thunder with a third movement, hey? Emmett, congratulations on hitting 60 gift subs? This is the Moonlight Sonata. Third movement. For the hype train. It's probably gonna outlast the hype train, to be honest. It's been several months since I last attempted that one. Oh. Thank you for your resubscription, Hawk6 Phoenix, for 56 months in a row. Ooh, we're pressing F? Yeah, there's an F in there somewhere. Thank you for the follow, Pop. And thank you for the gift sub, Emmett, to Pop as propaganda. We're on a level 3 hype train. What else do we want? Can you think of something hype right now? Thank you for bringing it to a level 3 hype train. Thank you for gifting another sub, Emmett. Meow2 won that sub. Thank you for the cheers, Peepaw Perfect. 56 months in a row. Pop, we are approaching a 5-year streamerversary in about 1.5 months. Oh, yeah. Do you want a change of pace? Do you want a change of vibe? They're really flexible sleeves and they're super light, so actually it's like heavier sleeves like the jacket I was previously wearing do bother me and I have to roll them up. These sleeves are light enough that it's like barely touching. Yeah, this is it's like subbing so you don't have to think about it. Yeah, it's more like we've been at 56 months so far. What a cool song is a rockabilly. That song is actually electro swing, and I love electro swing. And Hawk6 Phoenix, thank you for gifting 5 gift subs. The Perfect Drug, Gibson, Lens, Blocka, Bars, 1022, and Tono. Congratulations on winning some gift subs. Oh, that is hype. Fantasy impromptu is a little bit much. We'll do the waltz. But I absolutely want to do the hustle and bustle. Let's Shostakovich. So, by the way, the song list begs for some hype right now. If you want to throw in some hype some hype requests, put them in. We'll shuffle them through. Glad you enjoyed that. That is Shostakovich Jazz Suite Waltz number 2. Not Jazz Waltz. It's from the Jazz Suite. It's a long story. Quite absolutely a long story. Let's shuffle up some of these requests. I'm turning down Fantasy Impromptu for now. Oh, I should have just put that later. Let's Dance Boys is a good next one. Rasputin? Perhaps? Indeed? Golden. Hold on. Let's do this. Thank you for the hype train. Up to level 4. We did it. Hey! Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Hope you find something else on the song list you like. There's over 1,000 pieces of music on it, so you never know what you're gonna find, but you'll probably find something you like, because we could tell we play in a lot of different styles. Okay. That's... Actually, I wanted to keep the world revolving. Why did I do that? The world revolving. I'm putting that back on. I play Heigen Retour pretty frequently, Peepop Perfect. But we'll do some more, a few more hype, but Hype Train's over. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, what a Hype Train emote. Choo choo, and it's like the saddest emote you've ever seen. At least that's what I got. I don't know about y'all. Frozen when you look at song lists. That's understandable. If you have a vibe you'd like, if you have a style you have in mind, we can do that too. Thank you, Peepa. Let's put in some chill pieces to let the hand rest in between. But this is one of my favorites. My vibe is it. Glad you like it. Big hands would help, other than reaching further. Big hands make a big difference. 5% can just make everything 5% easier, and sometimes that's all you need. I'm gonna shuffle in. Thank you very much. That one's really fun. I'm gonna play something chilled and something hype, then something chill, just to kind of temper out my hands. I'm gonna put in one of the live learns I was wanting to do today. So, let's see what Nasha Town Night 1 sounds like. Genshin. This is why I need the names before I can officially add them to the song list. So, Genshin Impact, Nod Cry, Nasha Town Night 1. And then I'll put that up 4th. What do we got here? Unfinished Ideal. Let's chill out a teeny bit. She said I would clap, but my hands are full. Thanks for the sentiment of claps. Genshin Impact music is insane, regardless of like the morality of the game itself. Being a gacha game, the art and the music is truly kind of unmatched. That was also the previous like hype vibe you were hearing with the Hustle and Bustle of Port Ormos is another track from Genshin Impact. Insane variety of musical styles as well. Every vibe you can imagine, from as lighthearted and as deathly serious as it gets. It's because the lore is insane. Kind of, as far as I've come to understand, typical of anime plot lines, so I shouldn't be too surprised. Alright. This is from Bayonetta. Ooh. I think Bayonetta is a sort of arcade fighter. Thank you for the kind words. Kitting, oh, hey, Cannon. Just to make sure you don't hit any more request limitations, make sure you log in the top right with your Twitch account on the streamer song list, and then you can have all the requests that you are entitled to. Simple and clean, that one's definitely chill, and I'm gonna bump you up as a welcome back. Nice to see you, Cannon. Okay, yeah, you can do that. You know, there are also chairs over there.
I know, but I like to see your hands.
Okay, that's fair. This is from Kingdom Hearts. Play a lot of video game music on here. Bayonetta is a brawler style thing. Souls-like? Okay, hold on. Brain? There are 2 flats. We can do this. Okay. Bayonetta is not Souls-like. Throwaway word these days. Kingdom Hearts is fantastic. Lose and learn. If I play a game and I die a lot, can I call it a Souls-like? Cannonade, aka Kittinga. Thank you for requesting some Kingdom Hearts. This is Hikari. Simple and clean. How did I think that was Hikaru? And the score says Hikari, so I'm kind of confused. I don't know the word. Regardless. Let's shuffle around your requests again. We're gonna play some Deltarune. And then we're gonna play some of that. Yeah, The World Revolving. I'd like to get better at this one. Toby Fox is crazy. Toby Fox is crazy. You can, but that would be weird. Thank you for your lurk, Lennon piano. Glad you enjoyed that one. That was from Delta Rune. Or from the same from the same composer as Homestuck and Undertale. Of which I play other music from too. Yeah, the movements for that one has to be extra quick because I've got smaller hands to work with. It's like one of those deceptively chill pieces because it's not too crazy. Okay. I'm curious as to which track this is. This is Live Learn. Nasha Town Night 1. Hopefully we could find the name soon. Or I'm sure my friend will find the name soon. Nice chill out here. Right arm under some strain, but you know, yeah, we played a lot of hype. The good news is that I'm like incredibly attuned to all of my hand muscles, so I never really actually get close to a hand injury, but I can feel the strain, kind of like very early warning signs. So it would take a lot longer to get close. But yeah, there's some limitations of how much hype I can do. Golden is mostly left-hand work in terms of difficulty. Refinement mode. Thanks. Is it just my right arm? I mean, like, both hands I'm very cautious about. It's just that the right arm had to do a lot more work for a lot of the earlier hype pieces, and that one's one where the left hand does more of the work, so it was a good balance. I don't know if I have the witherall to do scherzo number 2 right now. We'll see about scherzo number 2 later. Supremacy. Which is like a lot more hype than it actually sounds. I mean, it sounds more hype than it is physically. You know, what state is this in? Yeah, it's still in progress. So we're like, this is very deep in practice mode. This is still like, I barely know it. Chili and cornbread. Nice. Nice. Okay. So, what am I playing here? Ba-da-da-da. Yeah. Thanks. I actually managed to sing. That's the I think that's the bot response for swear words because I'm trying to keep it clean, but I think that it's actually kind of funnier to let you do it and then also reprimand you for it. So anyway, don't like to complain while being warm. Oh yeah, exactly. It's we're in Pennsylvania up here, so it's significantly colder than what you're probably having in Tennessee. So I'm just some of this hype makes it easier to keep my hands movable. Pocahontas Colors of the Wind. It's only possible if someone wrote down the music for it, but also Disney is like really stringent. So it makes it really hard to even find the music for it without being the stream elements command is what the mod set up rather than enforcing stream rules. Yeah, actually. Beep 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 beep. Sorry. I'm not sure what that was. I got a warning message. We're gonna play gas, I guess? And then we were through nearly all the hype requests that came in. Which is pretty cool. Like, that we're still going. What time is it? 7?
Yes, exactly.
And yeah, I don't think TT's picking her up because TT's also done at 9:30, right? Or 9.
I never know anyone's work schedule.
No, that's fine. Okay. Refinement mode. Theoretically, I should be able to play gas pretty well, but I might be a little out of practice with this one. Thank you for the claps. Well, I have cute gloves. I'm trying to sing songs. That sounds like an opera thing. Thanks. Glad you enjoyed it. As long as I do stretches, get the elbow a little bit. Oh, I can't forget my shoulder. My shoulder's out of sync. Okay, that's where some of that's coming from. And also earlier we had to do some outside work. So my arm's still a little bit straining from that. Where is my mind? Followed by the scherzo number 2. Followed by nocturnal illumination. Gas was, yeah, that's been restored now. Oops. Let's hang that over there. Thank you for the claps. Rotator cuff, yeah, that's nasty stuff. So I'm pretty good about preventing any injuries for all my hours of playing. But yeah, the reflection of keys over there, that's very real. The camera on top, that's live. Beep. So, yeah. Three-way view, just in case anyone needs to see any part of the hands. This is like intended to be at least partially educational, because I can't stop myself. Yeah, the mirror image is super cool. Just mentioning that it's also live and real. The cats. There is a cat. There's lots of cats. That's a lot of cats. Why so reflective? Well, this one's polished wood. It could be a little bit more polished. I have not dusted this in too long. And that's a webcam. I'll be right back. Very brief break. We're getting a cat. She's a bit mad with me because she's like, "Why is your hand so cold?" And she screamed at me. My hands are like freezing cold right now. This is the cat you ordered. Oh, kitty. She's very pretty and very violent. Look at her. Oh my gosh. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, you're so warm. I don't think you're gonna settle here, are you? That cat is all the colors. Yeah, she's big and full of love. And violence. Which is, I guess, why her name is Hope. No, I'm kidding. There's a reason why her name is Hope, but yeah, she's a mess, actually. Do you want to go back down? All right, be right. Okay, let's do this. Freiren, this is new. This is new from... And, Zoltrak. Yeah, I thought you might recognize that one too.
Oh, love the state of me.
Just finished season 1, I see. What am I putting on? Oh, the music? The music is a free improvisation. So I do free improvs on this stream, which is always an interesting experience because I'm tone deaf. And so I don't hear music in my head. So I'm kind of running these improvs purely on like theory education alone. And wild guesses and hopes and dreams. And then the improv sometimes comes out all right. I'm like kind of shoving my music theory knowledge through my hands onto the keys, and sometimes it sounds good, and I'll be like surprised by how it sounds the entire time. Because I don't know what it's supposed to sound like in my head. I'm sorry you missed the cat, Peepaw Perfect. Oh, it was fast. It was hard. It was fast. I'm kind of quiet. In general, but I can't have this too loud. I just like project a lot when I sing, so I also can't make it louder without having to like adjust it every time. But I know that even if I turn off the mic when I'm not talking, I'm gonna forget it immediately. I will give you a picture of Hopi later. Two flats. There's two flats. Hold on. think it's just a lighting trick. My hands are fine. My hands are in great shape. Sorry, I get a little vain about that sometimes. Glad you're enjoying the music. Tanky. Thank you, Darth. Thank you, Darth, for that request. That was the second time I've attempted Zoltrak, which is not bad for the second attempt. Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. Yeah, these are definitely piano games happening. I might refresh what I have from Gibson Lens, and kind of shuffle out some of his music in favor of some of his newer music. We'll do another live learn soon. This is our friend Gibson Lens who wrote this. Refinement mode. Thanks. Glad you like that one too. Well, if you don't know what to request, no worries. The music will come. Regardless of how the music, regardless of style. Style's just incoming, apparently. This one is Gibson lens, upgraded. This one is unconscious. We'll keep this one. Familiar to performance ready. It does some really interesting things with the eighth note rhythms. We've gotten really good at navigating this time. Oh, I just speak to myself sometimes. Oh, this is the main theme for Friarun. Hold on, do I have the main theme for Friarun already? Let's check it out. Just me. Oh, I thought I had another track from Friarun, but I guess I didn't keep it. So this one's new.
I just remembered there was this one track from that anime that I really liked that I don't know if you have.
Yeah, no, I guess it wasn't there. I don't know. Maybe I've done a live learn of some Friarun before. Official version, but this is closer to the actual release, but I don't know how playable it is. Well, let's find out. I see some arpeggios, but they aren't crazy. So long as we get the right finger numbers in there, they're fine. They're fine. Live learn. All live learns are literally attempted once. First attempt. Anything that's marked with the red dot is in the same state. It is also like I've literally never attempted it before. Whoa. Okay. Okay, I guess it sounded alright. It sounded like along the right lines. Darth PJs, you'll be amused to know that that's like 3 times more playable than Un Vita Mia. So it's definitely playable. I could definitely attest to that. Let's add it to the song list. Journey of a Lifetime. Main theme. Familiarity. Music. Add it to the... You know what's hilarious? I can't do karaoke. I'm quite entirely incapable of playing karaoke. I mean singing karaoke. Because if I just hear the background, I don't know where I'm singing. The exception might be an Elton John song, but last time I attempted karaoke, I was given an Elton John song, and I'm like, I have no idea how this goes now. So, turns out I can't do that. However, if you give me, like, the notes to read, I will be able to do it. But, like, I need to read notes in order to, like, sing the notes. It's nothing internal that's storing that information, apparently. Journey of a Lifetime. Main theme. Live learn to familiar. Thank you for the claps. Thank you for the live learn. I can sing if you give me the notes. Short of that, I cannot sing. Okay, P-pop perfect. I think, like, because we're past 4 hours, I'm not gonna have the power. Honestly, past 3 hours, I wasn't gonna have the power for Scherzo number 2. I appreciate the request for something that's on the main mission. But boy, I couldn't do it right now. I'm cold. I'm cold. Speaking of which, I didn't realize I was on for 4 hours. So, last requests? Last calls? Last calls. Song list is pinned, and, play a couple of things. This thing is like one of those tracks where it's so easy sounding, but it's actually like frighteningly difficult. It's deceptive like that. Thank you for the request.
I love that track.
Oh, I love that track. I don't think I have any Matchbox 20. I can't remember if I don't think I've ever, hold on. But I can't say never. Nope, I don't have anything from Matchbox 20. Not at this time. I know I have other music by artists around that time period. That time period being, what, the 80s, 90s? But, no one's ever brought me music from Matchbox 20, so, alas. Welcome back. Also, Builds, you should be sleeping? I know it's Saturday, but still. Ravel, second movement? Ravel's like... Oh, you're not talking about the sonatine. I kind of realized that you were talking about the concerto. No, earlier might have been better. Maybe next time. Yeah, we're running near 5 hours. Thank you, Propaganda, by the way, for the kind words. I looked at it and I was like, no, it's not. You also said the other Ravel is easy. Ravel's never easy. What was that one where I was like, nope, can't play that. I attempted a few measures of it and I was like, it's not happening. Set Up My Lam is a wonderful track to end with, so we'll take it. We'll take it as the ending. Ooh, clutch with that timing also Builds. This is very good. We'll do that one first. When I say a few measures, I was talking about the one that you're working on. I was talking about... I can never remember the name of the track. It's very French. I'm glad you're enjoying it regardless. Thank you for the claps. Grab a raid call of your choosing while we find someone who is twitching tonight. This is set up, Milan. Thank you for the claps. Thank you very much. That turned out really nicely. Grab a raid call of your choosing. And we will observe someone who is twitching this evening. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you've been hanging out through all the different styles that inevitably happen here. And like even stuff you're not familiar with is always cool to kind of expand your taste. So, let's move this out. Okay, good, that worked. And I will be streaming tomorrow. Thank you for all the claps. At least I'm pretty sure I'll be streaming tomorrow. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that was silly. Let's find somebody who is... Maybe not that. Let's rate somebody who's an amazing singer. I am almost at 2K followers, aren't I? That's exciting. We gotta see who, what's gonna win first. Am I gonna hit 2K followers first, or am I going to hit my 5-year stream anniversary first? We'll see. We'll have to see. Thank you all for playing the live Action Pianist Simulator. When I say this would not be possible without you, I mean it. Every single one of these only happens because you requested it, or just for hanging out. You empower me. I appreciate it very much. This stream runs on attention. Like, it is fueled by attention. I appreciate you hanging out. So I'll see you around. And thank you for playing Live Action Pianist Simulator.